Clay County Fair 4-H Swine Show. It is currently 1:06 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time here live from the Clay County Fairgrounds. Okay, so for starters, we will go ahead and have our American and 4-H pledges, and then Brenna will provide the blessing.
Hi, I'm Brady. The flag is over there by the exhibit hall. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hi, my name is Drew Williams, and I'll be setting up 4-H pledge. I pledge Dear God, thank you for all your blessings, and thank you for this great country we live in where we are free to have this opportunity to come out and show these animals. Please keep us all safe, happy, and healthy as we get through today. Let everyone do it for your glory and honor you through the show. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, you three. You're dismissed. Okay, no, not you guys. I'm confusing a lot of the time. Okay, so up next, we will go ahead and do our senior introduction. Okay, so I need you three seniors up here. Where are you? I'm going to embarrass you. Nope. Okay, so obviously you three are in your final year of 4-H, but you might not have been in all 10 years or shown swine all 10 years. So go ahead and state your name, what school you just graduated from, how many years you've been showing pigs, and then I'm going to ask you one more weird question because it's been going around FFA a lot recently. What fruit would you be and why? Okay.
High school. I've been in Swine Club for 10 years now. Okay. I guess I'd be a strawberry because that's my favorite fruit. And, I just want to thank the Weaver family for always being there for me through the 10 years. And I want to thank the 4-H Council for putting on the fair all these years. And I'm going to go into the local 157 unit and go well. That's about it.
My name is Brianna Hendrickson. I just graduated from Northview High School. I've been in 4-H for 2 years. I want to thank the Weaver family for always being there for me and showing me what a real family is. If I were a fruit, I would be a banana because it goes with my name. And I am pursuing my future as a cosmetologist at Jossie's Cosmetology. Hi, my name is Carly. I'm married and I just graduated from Bay City High School. I've been a 10-year member in the Swine Club. And I really don't know what fruit I would be. That's kind of a weird question, but but I'm going to Ivy Tech to do nursing and then maybe go to ICU to get my bachelor's.
All right, let's give all of our seniors one more big round of applause. Okay, before I dismiss you back to the barn to get ready for the show, I have 2 quick announcements. Number 1, if you are willing to help with the pork chop dinner on Wednesday night, there is a sign-up sheet in the front of the pig barn. So if that is something you are willing to do on Wednesday, feel free to sign up for that. Number 2, so obviously you can only put 1 pig in the auction on Friday night, but if you are wanting to put more than 1 pig on the truck, there is also a sign-up sheet in the front of the pig barn if you would like to do that as well. You just have to be present to put all your pigs on the truck on Friday night. Okay. Alrighty, with that, you are dismissed, and the first announcement for Burke Hills will be here shortly.
This is first call for Class 1 in Burke Hills. All Swine Show members, just so you know, there is a couple of coolers out by the picnic table in front of the barn of water for you guys, so please help yourselves.
I had to go get my phone. Okay, I started to get my phone. Oh, well, they're.
first call for Class 2 birth yield.
Blakely. Right over there. Blakely. Right, go see ya. Bye now. Why did you not wait? I'll be watching. Whitney! Whitney! She wants to see Cambria. Right there. And the very top. Okay.
If we can go ahead and get Chester Gills headed this way.
Well, good afternoon, and certainly a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon, and looking forward to working through a great set of hogs and a good set of showmen. Apologize there on my behalf for being just a fraction late getting started here. As you know, down here in this part of the world, you roll the dice every time you get off on Interstate 70 and drive across. You never know what the day is going to bring. Today wasn't my lucky day, cost me just a fraction of time, but nonetheless excited to be here. I thought just a really good way to come in and get started just in terms of listening to the pledges and a prayer. I think that always just sets the tone from a judge's perspective for a fun day and what's ahead working through here. We've got a really great way to start here in this set of Berkshire Gills, and I think there's a really nice parallel of the pair. The one that wins is just the neater looking option. I think from the side, this one in terms of the way she ties her head and neck out of the front side of her blade, and yet when you study that one from their back, she's better in terms of her chest. She's good in terms of her forearm and the reach and flex she has to her front end. Still good in the center part of her body. That one's square in terms of her pin set and her hind leg as she goes away from you. I think just a really nice place to start. A really good one here in second two in terms of just skeleton and fundamentals from the side. That's a deep body female that's still good and pliable in terms of her center body. I didn't read her just as sharp in terms of her head and neck up front. I didn't read her just as dense in terms of foot and bone work there at the surface, but still one I think that comes to us with the right kind of body shape, the right kind of look and skeleton in her. The one that's going to be in third here, another one that's really heavy duty in terms of foot and bone work there at the ground. I like that one's toe spread and size there at the surface. This is a neat one too in terms of her head and neck and the way she transitions in terms of her cheek and jawline there. Did read her just as good in terms of her forerib there. Got to soften that one just a shot extra in terms of her center body. Square just a fraction there as you watch her go behind. The gilt there in fourth takes just a minute to get comfortable out here from a range of motion perspective. Once she gets going, she's a little easier to read in terms of skeleton. I did read her though just as good in terms of her shape up high. We got to square her in terms of her knee and her hind leg as she goes away from us. The young man that closes with one that's really neat looking from the side, a really long bodied gilt, but unfortunately I think that works to her demise here for me today. She comes just a shot harder in terms of her center body. Got to open that one in terms of her forerib, soften her in terms of her flank to work her up any higher. But a nice class if you would compliment them for me as they exit.
First place goes to Chase Loudermilk. Second place goes to Brady McDonald. Third place goes to Callie Hogan. Fourth place goes to Brianna Hendrickson. And fifth place goes to Kyan Horner. Callie Hogan also got first place and champion for her homegrown bird gill. First call for Class 1 of Duroc gills. You can head this way.
another good class of them here, and I think just a really logical place to start. This young man's skill right here, again, that's the kind that just exemplifies what we're chasing after today, just in terms of look and presence from the side, still doing it with the right kind of substance from a foot and bone work perspective. She's good in terms of her body shape, her skin and hair texture is very good, very highly presented, very capably driven. I think just a nice place to start there for that young man. I think the challenge comes in terms of what you want to do from there down, in terms of where you want to place your priorities. I think there's some structural differences in them to sort through. I think what we have remaining, I'm the next most comfortable with the young man's there on the far side, just in terms of a build and balance perspective. I think that one stays square and more genuine there in terms of the surface. I think too she's the neater looking option there from the side that's still good in terms of her shape and her mid-body. I think just a really nice one there to land into. Certainly more powerful here in 3 in terms of just body shape and power. That one's more open out of the backside of her blade. She's bigger in terms of her pin set. She just reads a shot rounder and coarser to me in terms of where she sets in her blade shape up front. That one's shorter and rounder in terms of her hip. Doesn't stay just as comfortable there on those rear 2. I'd like to change her just a shot there in terms of how she wants to tie into her blade. We've got to elevate that one, make her just a fraction neater there. The pair that we closed with, the young man's over there, again, is the neater looking one in terms of head and neck up front. She's tighter in terms of her jawline and down into her chest. With that, though, she comes to us in just a shot harsher package in terms of forearm and body shape. Got to just make her flex just a fraction better there on her rear 2. I like the young lady skill here that closes from the side in terms of length and elevation. Got to stout that one at the surface. Got to flex her hind leg just a shot better as she goes right away from us. But another really good class. Again, my compliments to these exhibitors as they exit.
First place goes to Colton Evinger. Second is Carson Oliver. Third is Brantley Knox. Fourth is Landon Scott. And fifth is Anna Marie Vaught.
Really nice pair of gilts out here working for champion overall Berkshire Guild honors, and I think they replicate each other in some ways in terms of look and presentation from the side. They're the way I like them to be built in terms of height to shoulder, neatness and jawline, and just how they tie together and blend and balance from a proportionality standpoint of the pair. Though I think there's one that's just a shot stouter at the surface. More importantly, I think she's hinged just a fraction looser in terms of skeleton. I like this young man here to win. He'll be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Our champion bird guild goes to Chase Loudermill.
I think the decision becomes just quite a bit closer here when you get these two out here and comparing it and contrasting them. I think skeletally you can make an argument that you'd like to fix them just at each of them just in a different area. I think the young man's is just a bit square in terms of her knee up front, and that's the way I like that one to go just in terms of look and presence. I think that one the next best. Congratulations to him.
Our reserve bird guild goes to Colton Evinger. Congratulations, guys. first call for Class 2 of Duroc Guilds. You can make your way to the ring.
Just a pair of Chester Guilds here, and I think just a very high quality pair that these two young ladies bring us to the ring. And there's just some subtle differences for me that for me though, I'm drawn to the young ladies that here just in the center of the ring to go ahead and be your champion. I think one that's ultra neat looking from the side, she's just right in terms of her center body, the shape and curvature to her forerib, how she feeds there out of the back side of her shoulder and drops out of her spine in terms of her upper rib shape. I like her length of hip, I like her cleanness and looseness of joints. Just a fraction better than we have it to. I think just a really nice place to start there. You want to talk about a heavy duty one in terms of just stoutness at the surface. You study this skill's toe spread, the two claw spread at the ground. That one's big in terms of her arm. She's bold in terms of her chest. Again, one that's really open in terms of her skull. I like the prominence she has to her jawline. She's not just as bulky there in the center part of her body. More importantly, as that one goes just right away from us, I got to clean her up in her hot joint, maybe flex her just a fraction better there going away. But I thought a really nice pair of them. My compliments to both those individuals on a job well done.
All right, our first place and champion Chester Guild goes to Sydney Loudermilk. Our second place and reserve goes to Brenna Stalka. Congratulations, girls. All right, this is last call for Class 2 of Duroc Guild. Hands Guild, you can go ahead and start making your way to the ring. Just a quick shout out. The Swine Barn and Swine Show today is sponsored by Shopmeyer Ag. Clay County Farm Bureau is our live stream sponsor, and Monday's fair sponsor is sponsored by Select Genetics. Thanks, guys.
Really a good way to start our Duroc Guild show here, and when this one enters the ring, that's a real intimidating look in terms of the width she has to her chest, and yet she still keeps her elbow and her front foot inside of her body. You start studying her from there up. She's big in terms of her jaw and her forehead. She opens in terms of her shoulder blade and spread there that she has down the top side of her skeleton. Really soft and pliable in terms of her mid-body. I like her length of hip and range of motion from behind. That's a stout, heavy-duty one that's still opened up and can still get out boogie. My compliments to her on bringing us a really good one. I still think we got one with an an immense amount of quality here to come into. In terms of just reach and range of motion, that one's reach and length of step and how she wants to bend and flex her hock out behind her tail head there. She set that one in motion. She's got good curvature to her shoulder blade and knee up front. She's a fraction softer footed. She's not just as neat and tidy there in terms of her lower throat and how it transitions there down into her chest, but that's a pliable, good middle one that needs to go ahead and be there too. The pair we have remaining, I thought there was just more substance in the young man's guild over here in the red. That guild just wants to be a little more timid out here. It doesn't settle in just quite as well, but I think when you start breaking them down, she's more open in the center part of her body. She's more genuine in terms of her build and proportions from the side. I think she hinges just a touch looser there in terms of bend and flex to her hock from behind. Young man's that closes is the shapelier option. She's a little neater in terms of her neck and jawline there in front. With that though, she's just a shot plainer in terms of her mid-body, a little rounder and coarser in terms of her hip and hind leg movement. But a really nice class. I thought a really good pair of them there at the top. My compliments to them.
All right, first place goes to Sophie Stonka. Second place goes to Olivia Tucker. Third goes to Brandley Knox. And fourth goes to Reed Sawyer. First call for Class 1 of Hereford Guild.
But I think maybe the deepest trio that we've had so far here in the show to just break down and study. And I think it's a fun trio of them to study because ultimately I think there's some differences to talk about from a judge's point of view that we'll get to here in just a second. But I think all of them just represent quality, and that's what makes it fun when you get an opportunity to step over on this side of the fence and just evaluate a livestock that brings some really unique pieces to the table. But even with that said, I think there's one out here. This young lady's put a kind of them together here in just a pair of them in terms of being big-chested, stout-armed ones that are big in terms of their forehead and yet still offer us a neat look, good in terms of their body shape, and yet again still do that with the right kind of angles and the right kind of mobility out here. I like this young lady's right here to win this particular class. I think it's a really good place to start. My compliments to her. Now the young ladies guild over here on the other side that's going to be next want to find us just a bit. It took her just a fraction more to get comfortable out here. When you study that one on the standstill, you love her with the chest, her squareness and the look and presence that she has. Again, one that's really good in terms of the center part of her skeleton, from her forerib and how it blends back into her flank. She's big up high. She's big in terms of her pin set. You study this one at the ground though. Her feature just doesn't match the power that she has working up top. Most importantly for me, she just doesn't want to get comfortable and settle in out here. I think when you study her angles, they just don't allow her to get out there and be comfortable. She's a little more forward in terms of her shoulder. She's a shot rounder in terms of her lower hip. That allows her to be just a bit more timid in terms of her step. If we can get that one to just relax and get out and go just a shot better, I think that call becomes just a little tighter. The best third place skill we've had here today that this young lady brings us, you want to talk about a stout, rugged one from every angle. She's been that one. She's not just as neat in terms of her dash. She's not just as good in terms of her hind leg use. But again, I think that one offers us some really intriguing pieces to work with. Good class of them. Again, my compliments to them all.
First place goes to Sophie Stockup, second place goes to Shay Stockup, and third place goes to Olivia Scheidler. Now we will be showing for champion Duroc Guild. Class 2 Hereford Guilds, you can make your way to the ring.
Well, a really fun pair of them, and luckily for me, I know this young lady's not going to be upset with me either way, I don't think. But I just wanted to study them just a fraction longer and just see what, how they kind of fit together out here when you get a chance to study them amongst each other. Which one I'm just the most comfortable with. I think she chose right out here for me. That one's going to go ahead and be your champion in this particular drive. I think she's just the looser built one that withstands the duration of the drive just a fraction better, and yet still has those elite looking pieces in terms of feature and presentation from the side. I think a really good one there to be champion. My compliments to her. We got a show for reserve overall here, and the young lady that's exiting going to go ahead and have your reserve. I think, again, one that's just really stout in terms of her feature at the surface. I thought it was a really close pair of them. She wanted to be a shot more of a knucklehead out here in your champion drive, but still one, I think, that brings those extras to the table for us. My compliments to her on a job well done.
Our champion Duroc Guild goes to Sophie Stockup, and our reserve champion Duroc Guild also goes to Sophie Stockup. Congratulations.
Well, just a single entry Hampshire Guild here that this young lady brings us, and this is a breed that's really tough to put together, and yet still I think she brings us one with an immense amount of quality. Sure, she's green in terms of her body shape and her pattern right now, but that's the right kind of look up front, and yet still good in terms of her shoulder blade and the set to her knee. I think her skeleton is really good out here as that one continues to mature and move on. The young lady's got a really nice project there on her hands. My compliments to her for bringing us a really nice Hampshire Guild.
hand skills goes to Brady McDonald. Be bringing your land race skills to the holding ring.
Just a single entry here to start up our Hereford gill. So the young lady brings us a really nice red-legged gill here. Boy, you want to talk about an up-headed, sharp profile and one from the side that's still good in terms of her body shape. I like her length of hip and the bend and use she has to her hind leg. You step in behind that one, she's certainly on the edge as she goes right away from you, but I still think she stays square and keeps her hock inside of her body wall. I think just a really neat one there to go ahead and win this particular class. My compliments to her on a job well done.
Destiny Backfish, if you could, go ahead and head this way with your Hereford gill. First place goes to, for the Hereford gills, goes to Colton Ebinger, and he is also first place and champion homegrown Hereford gill. First call for pulling gill.
nice class on Hereford Guilds here. The class that maybe comes to us with just a shot more variation in terms of type and kind. But with that said, I think a non-negotiable place to start for me over here, the young man in the pink. That's a sharp-looking, fresh-back one that's good in terms of her skin and hair texture. Very highly presented, again, very capably driven. I think puts a lot of really positive pieces together. My compliments to the young man on bringing us a good class winner there. I think the discussion points come between what you want to do in 2 and 3. 2 and 3 to me are on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of type and kind. The one I'm the next most comfortable with is the young man's over here on the far side. I read that one just a shot square in terms of her knee and her front foot placement up front. She's bolder in the center part of her body cavity there. I think just a fraction more comfortable in terms of the bend and flex to her hind leg. We got one here that's going to be in 3 of the young ladies there, circling and coming back to me. One that's certainly taller and more elevated. I like her added look and extension just a fraction better than the one that comes directly in front of her. Though when that one circles and comes to us, she closes more there in terms of her knee and front foot. She's a bit straighter, more rigid in terms of her hop placement as she goes right away from us. The young lady brings us a really nice quality one here that concludes this particular drive. When you talk about build, balance, silhouette, and proportions, everything fits together here on this particular guild. You start comparing her back to those other 3, though, she just gets outhorsed in terms of power and substance here today. But a really nice project. I think there's still got some future to her for this young lady. My compliments to her on a job well done.
First place goes to Colton Evinger. Second place goes to Brantley Knox. Third place goes to Haley Rohr. And fourth place goes to Destiny Backfish. If we can go ahead and get class 1 of Spot Skills headed to the ring. We are showing for our champion, Hereford Guild.
Really an interesting pair of Hereford Guilds out here to study, and I think the decision in my mind is very close out here because I think there's some differences in them. One's just a fraction stouter in terms of foot and bone work, maybe not just as good on her front feet, maybe one that's just not as good or maybe not as much for the faint of heart as you watch that one go right away from you in terms of where she wants to plant her hock. And then you've got another one that's just really neat looking inside of herself. Skeleton's good, fresh in terms of her back line, maybe not just as rugged, maybe not just as open out here. So you got to kind of weigh out what you think in your mind. For me today, behind the microphone, the one that suits me the best, I think that just stays the most comfortable out here. She's elite in terms of her look. She's good in terms of her skin and hair texture. I rate her just a shot fresher in terms of her back line. I like the young man there out of the second class to go ahead and be your champion. My compliments to him. We bring that young man's second in out of that particular class, and as we alluded to there, that particular drive, we like this one, softness, the center body, and just the proportions that she has from the side. But just as I said just a few seconds ago, I thought it was awfully close between those 2 class winners on what way they go. This one just a little softer on her front feet, just a fraction wider from behind, but still I think one that's awfully unique in terms of her stoutness and look for this particular breed. This young lady here will have you reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your champion Hereford Guild goes to Colton Evinger, and your reserve also goes to Colton Evinger. Congratulations.
Well, just a single entry land race guild out here like we had in our Hampshire show. And again, one that when you just study her for what she is singularly in terms of the stoutness that she brings, and yet still a neat look, good in terms of her body shape. This is a loose built guild that gets out here and boogies extremely well in terms of just reach and length of step. I think a really nice project for this young man to be proud of. My compliments to him on a job well done.
Your champion Landrace Guild goes to Andrew Seifel. Congratulations. Class 2 spot guilds, you can make your way to the ring.
Another single entry pole guild here that this young lady brings to us, and that's a fresh backed, sharp looking one that's big in terms of her chest and forerib. I like the curvature she has in the center part of her body. That's a heavy legged one. Maybe like to tweak her right hind just a fraction in terms of flex, but outside of that, you study the extras that that one brings for this particular breed. I think a very nice one there for her. My congratulations to her.
Your champion Poland Guild goes to Brady McDonald, and she is also your champion homegrown Poland Guild. Congratulations. Tan Guilds, you can make your way to the ring.
Great way to start off our Spot Guild show, and I think this young lady here driving across the center brings this one that's easy to find, in my opinion. This is a big-bodied one that's still fresh in terms of her hair and skin texture. She's good in terms of her back. I like the added shape and punch she has there out of the backside of her blade. One that's really square in terms of her hip and her pin set. She maintains that added squareness and flexibility as you watch her go right away from us. Maybe not the neatest looking one on some of the ones that we've had come ahead of us, but I think when you study that one from there back in terms of shape through her forearm, the size of her rear leg, I think just a really logical place to start there for me. A shot more give and take here in terms of what you want to do in 2 and 3. I thought the stouter option was the young ladies there on the far side. I think this one's bigger in terms of her foot size and her forearm. I think she reaches a shot softer in terms of her forerib. She's a bit more flexible there as you watch her plan and drive going directly away from you. I think the taller, neater looking one ends up this particular class here just in terms of height of the shoulder. That one's good in terms of her cheek and her jaw and how she transitions there into the base of her chest. You climb in behind her though. She doesn't open with enough bulk and spread there in the center part of her body. She's not just as comfortable there off of those rear two when you set them in motion. But a nice class of them. Again, my compliments to all these exhibitors as they exit.
First place goes to Sydney Loudermilk. Second place goes to Addie Schottmeyer. And third place goes to Morgan Oling.
Single entry, younger gilt that this young lady brings us. That's a striking one from the profile. She's expensive in terms of her look up front. She's still square in terms of her chest and knee. And even with that kind of look, she doesn't sacrifice just skeletal angles there. She's still neat and laid in about her shoulder. I maybe like to spread her just a fraction in terms of the center part of her body, but still a good bend and used to her hind leg. Nice project for her. My compliments to her.
First place in that class goes to Elsie Schottmeyer. Class 1 Yorks, you can start heading your way to the ring. Now we will be showing for your champion spot gilt.
Well, the spot show was just a fraction smaller in terms of numbers, but still I think quality was very good out here. I think we get both of these back out here and comparing them and contrasting them to one another. I think there's one that the rest of them just fit inside of in terms of bulk and spread and power and mass. This young lady over here needs to be your champion. Congratulations to her. Decision out here for reserve. I think both of them, in my mind, need to spread just a shot more in terms of just width at the ground. More importantly, just to the center part of their skeleton in terms of just mass and bulk and curvature to the rib. So if you call that a wash and you start breaking them down, which one's the squarest and the most genuine in terms of front foot placement, in terms of reach and flex and squareness behind, and still doing it with a sharp look. I like the young lady's Class 2 winner to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your champion spot gilt goes to Sydney Loudermilk. She also got champion homegrown. And your reserve spot gilt goes to Miss Elsie Schottmeyer. Congratulations. Just a quick announcement, the Sheep Club is selling flosses of watermelon for $1 out in front of the sheep barn from 2 to 5 today. Your gilts, you should be up in the holding pen.
A nice trio of Tamworth gilts out here. We've got a couple of them that just maybe didn't wake up on the right side of the show big bed today. Won the fight. I'm just a fraction more out here, but I still think, again, three really good, high quality type of females. I think there's one out here, though, for me that's just a sharp looking one. She's good in terms of her foot size and her bone work. She's fresh in terms of her back and the way she spreads. When you study her down her top line, loose in terms of her spine, maybe just a shot round in terms of her get, but I think you can say the same thing about 2 and 3, but I like this one here to win. Again, neat looking one that's fresh and wide and opened up. A good place to start there. I thought this young lady's here from the profile is as good as any. That's an up-headed, neat looking one. She too is fresh in terms of her back shape and bold in terms of her center body. I didn't think her substance matched the surface just as well in terms of foot size and circumference of bone work. She too straighter and a bit more rigid there on her hind leg as you watch her track right away from you. The stoutest one of the group comes here in 3. When you talk about broadness to her forehead, that one's size and shape to her forearm and her rear leg. And with that, I think she comes to us in just a shot coarser package in terms of her joint work. She's a bit straighter and more rigid there on both ends of her skeleton. You just got to flex that one, make her go just a shot better to work her up. Nice class, and although again, my compliments to them as they exit.
First place and champion goes to Ava Butt. Second place in reserve goes to Olivia Tucker. And third place goes to Maisie Scheidler. If we could go ahead and have class 1 and class 2 crossbred gilts, you can start headed this way.
I think we certainly picked the pace up just a shot more here when we brought these 4 Yorkshire Gilts in, and I think all 4 of them are extremely good. I'm sure there's some age variation. I didn't discuss that. I don't know that that's necessarily, in my opinion, my job today. My job is pick the ones that I like, the ones that suit me the best, that I think I want to go home and be the most comfortable with this evening when I leave. But again, I think they're 4 really, really good ones. That was a lot of fun to study, and so I took just a little bit longer on this particular class. I think there's one out here, though, that just suits me in terms of look. She's good in terms of her jawline. She's big in terms of her chest. I think she's right in terms of her body shape and her proportions and the way she's assembled. She's a tough-built one in terms of density of foot and bone work. Her length of hip is good. Balance and proportions. I think everything just fits and blends together really well. I like this young man here in the orange to go ahead and be your champion in this particular breed. I think it's a really nice place to start. My compliments to him. The young man here in the pink that's going to be into, again, another one that's big in terms of her forearm. She's a little stronger in terms of her front foot up front there, and I like that about her. I didn't read her just as genuine in terms of her front foot placement. I didn't think, too, when you watch that one go right away from you, I got to spread her just a bit there in terms of her hock, make her go just a shot square as she goes away from us. The young man here in 3, I mean, a striking one from the side, maybe the best there in that particular class. When you talk about height of the shoulder, elevation, the way that one ties there ahead of her blade, she too's good in terms of her skeletal build and angles up front. She's square her chest and knee. She leaves us square and true. A gilt that just reads a shot plainer and more immature in terms of her body cavity. More importantly, she's got to be just denser there at the surface in terms of foot and bone work to go ahead and get around those 2 that come directly ahead of her. That's a high quality one there to be in 3. Young lady rounds us out with a gilt that certainly could be at the top end of several other classes if we were to put them all together, because when you talk about basic build and fundamentals, this gilt checks a lot of boxes. She doesn't maybe wow you necessarily in one area, but you dig in and study this one in terms of squareness at the ground, the way her feet and legs plan and drive, and yet still good looking, still comes to us with plenty of substance. I think when you study her individually, you start comparing her back to those 3 other ones, though. Is she just as sharp? Is she just as far out there in terms of some of the pieces that she brings together? Good to that particular breed. Really fun class of them there. My compliments to all those exhibitors as they exit.
First place and champion York Gilt goes to Chase Loudermill. Your second place winner and reserve goes to Colton Emiker. Third place goes to Kel Williams, and fourth place goes to Jamie Mullinex. Kel Williams also got champion homegrown York Gilt. Congratulations, guys. Class 3 cross skills, you can go ahead and make your way up.
Well, next little way to transition out of a really deep Yorkshire show into a really high-quality pair of crossbred gilts here. The young lady's closest to me is going to go ahead and lead. This is a denser, bigger-footed one that's bigger in terms of her jawbone. She's square in terms of her forehead and the way she transitions back into her blade. That's a big, fresh back one that's soft and pliable in her center body. Most importantly for me, though, when you compare her back to the other one, she has more cushion to her front knee. She has more bend and flex there in terms of her hock and range of motion from behind. I think just a really nice one to go ahead and lead. You park them in the center. I'm drawn to this young lady from the side. That's a striking profiling one. She's more chiseled and prominent there in terms of her lower jawline. That one transition and blends just a shot better in terms of look for me down into her cheek and down into her chest. A fresh back one that's rolled up high. She's big in terms of her pin set. I think her density matches. She's a bit straighter in terms of her knee and the angle to her shoulder up front. I got a flex or 2 in terms of her hock and range of motion from behind. I thought that was a really good pair of them. Again, my compliments to both of these young ladies on a job well done.
First place goes to Sophie Staltham, and second place goes to Callie Allie Hogan.
Another really nice pair of them here that these two young men bring us, and I think a pair of them again that are capably driven. They're dialed in terms of their skin and hair and presentation. I got that girl just a little scared and worked up there, but that young man's hanging right with her. I think driving one that's put together extremely well. When we start comparing them though, I think there's just more of this belted gilt in terms of substance, in terms of density, in terms of bulk and spread, and that's what gives her the advantage and the nod to go ahead and lead off this particular drive. Again, the young man's blue gilt's an ultra neat looking, long bodied one there from the side that's feminine in terms of the way she's put together. Didn't read that one, just as square and opened up there at the ground. Gotta have more of that one in terms of just center body to work around the one that wins, but a nice class of them, very highly presented. My compliments to these gentlemen on a job well done.
First place in Class 2 goes to Chase Loudermilk, and second place goes to Jack Molinet. Just a reminder, it being a pig in the benefit of the barns or for the auction, Lisa will be over in front of the backdrop banner between the Guilt and Barrow show to take pictures.
Really nice, bigger crossbred gilts here. Again, a little more variance in terms of type and kind, but I'm just drawing the young lady's belted gilt here. That's the neat looking one that's still rugged and durable there at the surface, big and rolled up high in terms of her back line and the way she is when you climb in behind her. That's a big pin one that's just on the edge there behind. We could swear high, because certainly that's one I think that you could saddle up and ride in a lot of different directions. Maybe fix her there, but from there forward, that one brings the most positives and hardest to make pieces to the table. This one here is going to be next, and I think when you compare her to the other one that's left out here, she's better in terms of the set, flex to her knee up front. She's softer there in the center part of her body and leaves us just a shot square and truer. Comes to us with this shot more crest and pole, and that's what I like better about this young lady's blue-eyed gilt. That's the longer neck one that ties just a shot neater there on the top side of her blade. With that though, she's the softer footed one that reaches just drier in terms of her forerib and flank. She wants to kind of tuck and roll there, and in terms of the way she sets her hind legs, if we could fix that, certainly that discussion becomes just a shot closer. But I thought a really nice class of them. Again, my compliments to them as they exit.
First place goes to Brady McDonald, second place goes to Ren Trussler, and third place goes to Maisie Stolze. 15-minute break between the Gilt and Barrow show.
I think a really fun crossbred show, and again, I know there wasn't 23 classes of them, there was only 3 classes of them, but I thought all 3 classes were really good, and I was kind of just excited to get all 3 of these back out here because I think they represent a tremendous amount of quality. If you're sitting ringside, I mean, there's no question 1-2, it's between, I'm taking nothing away from the young ladies, Gilt there that wins that last class, again, as we talked there, front 2/3 of that one, very good, but just her hind leg going away, got a square and secure, just a shot better there to get in the mix. But I thought these two, the younger Gilt and then the Gilt there that comes out of our middle class, I was excited to kind of get them out here together and see how they kind of fit together for me and what I wanted to put together and do today. I think the decision's very close for your champion. I think when you start studying them and breaking them down relative to size, I think your champion is a shot denser there at the surface. I like this one's just stoutness of skull and jawline. I like the bend and flex to her hind leg just a shot better. I like this young lady's class winner to be your champion. Congratulations, sir. We dropped that second place one in, and we talked about how good that class was. But again, as we referenced there in that class on this particular Gilt, she comes to us in just a bit straighter package. I thought it was close between those two. Boy, this one here is a super neat looking one. Again, that does a lot of really positive things. I thought she was just a shot straighter in terms of her knee. Maybe just got picked on her just a fraction in terms of her hind leg set behind. But that's an ultra neat looking one that's big in terms of her back. She's fresh in terms of her center body. She can't be left out. This young man here is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Your champion cross skill goes to Sophie Stalka. Your reserve cross skill goes to Chase Loudermilk. Chase also won your champion homegrown, and Maisie Stolzing won reserve homegrown. Congratulations, guys. We are going to take about a 15-minute break. We will resume back with the show at 2:50. A reminder, anyone selling a pig in the benefit for the barns or the auction, Lisa is over by the backdrop banner taking pictures.
when you get in behind him, he's just too flat in terms of the center part of his body. He's too straight and rigid there in terms of his hop going away from us. But a really nice class. Again, my compliments to him.
First place goes to Callie Hogan, and second place goes to Jared Shepard. We will go ahead and ask for the Chester Barrows to head their way up here. Also, we would like to thank our judge today from Lebanon, Indiana, Mr. Joe Grinstand. Just a quick announcement, the mini 4-H show will be after the showmanship. First call for Class 1 Duroc Barrows.
Perhaps one of the more challenging classes that have had the lineup here today, in my opinion. Just some different flavors and shapes and sizes, and you know, all of them I think we'd like to change in just an area or two. So you kind of got to roll your sleeves up when you do it in the classes like these, and just make peace with what you're willing to tolerate and what you're willing to accept, and then just ultimately what what fits you the best as the show judge. And so when I get all these out here and I start studying them and breaking them down, the one I'm the most comfortable with is the young man there in the purple shirt on the far side. I think in this particular drive, he exemplifies the show buyer look when you compare him to the other ones, and yet still has some freshness, some back shape. He's stout in terms of his feature. I think he's one of the looser built barrows out here from a skeletal perspective, and that's what allows him to go ahead and get the nod. If you just want to muscle him out, then the young man's here in two, I think, certainly can be one that you're drawn to, because you get up on top of this guy. I think he offers us the most spread in terms of his shoulder blade and how that feeds there into the center part of his body. He's a robust, opened up type of a bear. Though with that, I didn't read his stoutness, just matching at the ground in terms of foot and bone size. He's not just the best in terms of his front set there head of his blade from a look perspective, but I still think he's the logical place to be there in two. The young man here to my far right is going to be next in three, and again, I think what we got left, he's the next biggest legged bear. That's the most genuine in terms of his chest bit. Again, one I think that comes to us with just a better body shape than what we have left to work with. I've got to redesign him there, his hip, and just change his range of motion and agility there as you watch him go from behind. The young lady there that's going to be next, again, that's a sharp-headed, fresh back one that's just not stout enough there at the surface. I didn't see him balancing just as well from the side, just in terms of his hip set and the way he wants to tuck his pins there and roll his rear leg up underneath of him. We close with just a productive centered bear over here that the young man has, a big bodied one, though I think he's just the most advanced there in terms of his composition. He's the lighter muscle bear of what we have to work with down here, and that's what gets him down. But a nice class of him to work through. Again, my compliments to him.
First place goes to TJ Weaver. Second place goes to Caden Sawyer. Third place goes to Reed Sawyer. Fourth place goes to Anna Marie Vaught. And fifth place goes to Brandley Knox. Next we will be showing for champion Burke Barrow. First call for Class 2 Duron Barrows.
Again, I think a challenging pair of bears here that offer their positives and negatives both, and I think ultimately if you could put them both together, certainly the decision would be a little bit easier to tie into. I think you can make a case for utilizing either one of them out here. For me today, though, I think there's one that's just looser build in terms of his hind leg, and yet still does it with a good enough look and a good enough type of body shape, like the young man's Class 2 winner to be champion. Congratulations to him.
Your champion Burke Barrow goes to TJ Weaver, and your reserve goes to Callie Hogan. Sorry, scratch that.
We dropped that second place in, and again, we talked about that class and just how challenging it was to line up. I still thought that pair of class winners was a really close decision out here. This other class winner is my second favorite. She'll be reserved. Congratulations, sir.
Sorry, reserve goes to Callie Hogan, champion, homegrown. Class 2 Duroc Pharaoh, you should be in the holding pen.
Just a single entry here in your Chester Barras for champion, and the young lady brings us just a practical type of a bear. I don't think he's a bear that maybe just overwhelms you and wows you in any one area, but yet again too, with the same being said, he's not a bear you can punch a big hole in. He's good build in terms of his feet and leg placement, still neat in terms of his look, fresh in terms of his body shape and condition. I think a really nice bear for this young lady. My compliments to her on a job well done.
Your champion, Chester Barrow, goes to Sophie Stalka. Class 3 Duroc Barrows, you can go ahead and make your way up here. Dean Staper, we need your Duroc Barrow to the ring.
I think a really fun class to study, and to be honest, none of them just want to get comfortable and settle in out here and just plant and drive quite like we'd like to see them. So personally, it takes just a bit more time to kind of study and dig into them. I think this top pair is exceptional, and I think the call is close out here. I think you can make an argument for either one of them. For me, I think there's one out here that's just a fraction denser in terms of foot and bone work at the ground. I think he comes to us just a shot bolder in terms of his chest and knee up front, leaves us just a fraction wider in terms of pin set and hawk width there at the ground. The young man here to my left is going to go ahead and lead this particular drive. Now, if I was to pick on him, we got to clean him up front in terms of his throat. We've got to just extend him and elevate him there, and maybe just balance him just a fraction better from the side. I still thought he was the more rugged option there that just comes to us with the shot more spread and power. When this player wants to get comfortable and gets his head up, that one's 5 speed from the side. He's longer and more elevated there, and the way he ties down the front side of his shoulder blade, that's a neat looking rascal that's level and loose in terms of his spine. I like his added length of hip and range of motion from behind. He's not just a stout at the surface in terms of circumference of forearm and rear leg, but he's a smaller footed bear compared to that one that drops directly in front of him. I got the most critical of him when you ask him to circle and come to us. That guy wants to close just a shot more in terms of knee and front foot placement up front. But I think that's a high quality bear from the side, driven extremely well, presented extremely well. My compliments to that young man. This one that rounds out this particular drive, another heavy-legged, stout, opened up type of a bear. He's sharp up high in terms of his shape. His range of motion's got to be better off of both ends of his skeleton to work around that pair of them. But I thought a really nice class. Again, my compliments to him.
First place goes to Chase Loudermilk, second place goes to Kel Williams, and third place goes to Claire Seifel. We would like to introduce our judge for the day, Joe Gridstead from Lebanon, Indiana. He was a member of the 2010 National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team. He graduated from Purdue University in 2013 with a degree in Ag Economics and was a member of the 2012 Livestock Judging Team. He currently works as a pork account manager for Alltech U.S. Pork Business Team, and he has had the opportunity to judge shows from coast to coast, including the San Antonio Stock Show and many state fairs. He enjoys showing livestock with his wife, Callie, and their 3 sons, Kipton, Kason, and Kanan. Let's give our judge a round of applause.
Nice class of red bears here, and a class to me that falls together just a bit more logically than some of the ones that's preceded them here. I think this young lady's just a really logical place to start. That's a good build, square, genuine bear that's right in terms of his body shape. He's fresh in terms of his back and his pin set. I think plenty of mobile enough in terms of skeleton. A good place to start there for me. This one here, another one that's a loose build type of a bear. I like the angle to his shoulder blade, the cushion to his knee up front. I like how he plants and drives and his range of motion out here. He comes to us with just a shot more crest and pull there. Again, when you climb in behind that guy, I like to spread him just a bit in terms of his center body, opening up just a notch more there. I think it gets a bit closer here in terms of 3 and 4. I land on the young man there on the far side. Again, one I think that's just a bit sharper up high in terms of his roll that he has there to his upper rib cage. I think one, too, that just reads cleaner in terms of his joints, particularly there when you study him at his hop. Young man that we conclude with, again, a soft center type of a bear that's productive in terms of his look. We got to clean him up there in his lower throat and down there into his chest. Most importantly, we got to just change that guy in terms of his joint work and range of motion behind. I thought a really nice class. Again, my compliments to all those exhibitors.
First place in Class 2 goes to Ava Butt. Second place goes to Olivia Tucker. Third place goes to Dean Stafford. And fourth place goes to Brandley Knox. Class 2 hand barrows, you can make your way to the ring.
Just a single entry bigger bear here that the young lady brings, and you want to talk about a tough build, rugged one in terms of his toe spread and his dude claw spread there at the ground. That guy's big in terms of the circumference that he has to his forearm. One that's body shape is right. Maybe if we were going to pick on him, just change him in terms of his cheek and lower throat there, maybe hinge him just a fraction looser there behind. But again, a rugged one that's got the right kind of body shape. My compliments to her on the job well done.
Your Class 3 winner was Carly Unger. Now we will be showing her champion Duroc barrow. Class 3 of hand barrows, you can go ahead and make your way to the ring.
What's been a fun red bear show to work through. And again, I know we're not working with an overwhelming amount of numbers, but I thought the quality was good. I thought they were fun to study and sort through. We get all 3 of these class winners back out here. I think there's one out here that just ties more extras together in terms of stoutness and density. I think one that just has the harder to make pieces. I like that young man's Class 1 winner to be champion. Congratulations to him. Dropped that second place bear in, and we talked about how close that pair was there in that particular class. When you talk about one that's still being neat looking and his ankles read right, we'd like to see him get just a bit more comfortable just from a ring presence standpoint out here. But I think when he does, that one can get up and looky. Maybe again, as we talked about there in class, not just as stout as that one, but I'm not going to split him up. He's my second favorite. He'll be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Your champion Duroc barrow goes to Chase Loudermilk, and your reserve champion Duroc barrow goes to Kel Williams. First call for Class 1 of Hereford Barrows.
Just a little confusion there on kind of these class breaks, but it ultimately turns out we've just got one single entry here that this young man brings in this lighter weight Hampshire Barrow, and a one that's just neat looking from the side. I love his presence, I love his sharpness of jawline and head there, head of his blade and his extension, a one that's fresh in terms of his back shape, big in terms of his pin set. Going to change him just a bit here in terms of his front knee and the way it's set in him. I think a really nice project for this young man. My compliments to him.
Your Class 1 winner goes to Andrew Cycle. Landrace Sparrows, you can go ahead and come to the ring.
These are excellent.
Nice pair of Hampshire Barrows here in Class 2. The young man leads for me and just does so from a skeleton and functionality standpoint. That's a loose build barrow that's good in terms of the angle to his blade and knee up front. I like his added looseness and the way he hinges there off of his rear leg, and yet still ties all that together with a neat look and the right kind of substance. I think it's a logical place to start. The young lady brings us a soft-centered, productive-oriented type of barrow here in 2. One we just got to change in terms of his knee up front. More importantly, I think you just got to redesign his hop there as you watch him go away from you. If we could square that guy, spread him in terms of his front foot up there ahead of his blade, certainly he's one we can work up just a shot better. But a nice class, again, my compliments to him.
First place in Class 2 goes to Drew Williams, and second place goes to Michaela Rohr.
Just a single entry, bigger barrow here for this young man, and again, angles and mobility reads really good on this barrow. He can get out and go and plan and drive. I like that about him. He's one that's soft in terms of his center body. Maybe got to clean him up just a little bit there ahead of his blade, sharpen him just a shot up high, but I think that's been critical of one that does a lot of really good things. My compliments to this young man on a job well done.
Your Class 3 winner goes to TJ Weaver. Now we will be showing for Champion Hampshire Barrow. Poland Barrows, you can go ahead and make your way up to the ring.
Well, good trio of Hampshire Barrows out here. here fighting for champion and overall honors. We get them all back out here. I think there's one out here that's just more memorable in terms of his look, and yet he's still so good in terms of his skeleton, good in terms of his body shape. One we simply pick up on his front feet just a little bit, but that's being awful critical of a good one. I like this young man here out of Class 2 to be champion. Congratulations to him. He gets a little closer out here for his overall honors. I think all of them maybe have a hole where we could pick on them just a touch out here, but I think ultimately when it boils down to it, you get one that's this kind of size and yet still has that kind of skeleton and the right kind of body shape. I like this young man's heavyweight bear to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Your champion hand barrel goes to Drew Williams, and your reserve goes to TJ Weaver. Congratulations, guys. Class 1 spot barrows, you can make your way to the ring.
You talk about an elevated barra that runs uphill. You get up on top of that guy. I mean, he opens and spans with a tremendous amount of turn there out of the backside of his blade, and that blends right down into his lower body in terms of his core rib and his flank. Everything fits and is laid in him extremely good. That guy's got a big pin set, a square hind leg. He's right in terms of his front foot placement. I think that's a really high quality barra. Awesome skin and hair texture. Very well presented, very capably driven. My compliments to the young lady on bringing us a good one. And that's taking nothing away from this young man's barra here. I still think this is a productive centered barra that's feet, legs, and everything goes in the right direction. He just kind of ran into a buzzsaw on there that just overwhelmed him in terms of just look and shape. But a really nice barra here for him. My compliments to him on being reserved.
Alright, our champion Hereford barrel goes to Sydney Loudermilk, and our reserve goes to Brantley Knox. Congratulations, guys. This is last call for Class 1 of spot barrows, and this is first call for Class 2 of spot barrows.
Very high quality, single entry landrace barra, one that's, again, skin and hair presentation is very good. And this barra does a lot of things in this particular breed that are hard to do. He's a neat looking barra that still does that without sacrificing stoutness. He's good in terms of his rib shape. That guy's got a big fresh back and a big wide inset laid in him. Does it in a comfortable skeletal package. Really nice one there for that young man. My congratulations to him.
Your champion landrace barrel goes to Mr. Drew Williams. Congratulations.
entry Poland bear here, but again, one that's much like the gill we saw earlier. You want to talk about a sharp-looking, a stout-headed one that's durable and tough in terms of his foot and bone work, one that gets out here and motors good. I think a really nice project for her. Congratulations on a job well done.
Our champion Poland barrel goes to Brady McDonald, and she is also our homegrown champion Poland barrel. Congratulations. This is last call for Class 2 of spot barrows and first call for Class 3 of spot barrows.
Just a single entry here in the first class of spots, and the young man brings us a really good one. Again, a fresh hair, a good skin one that's presented extremely well. I like this guy's look and balance and elevation from the side. Gets out here. I like the set to his shoulder blade and knee up front. He's good in terms of his range and reach there off of his hind leg. Young man does a good job of getting him drove. Good way to start out our spots. My compliments to him on a job well done.
First place in Class 1 goes to Blake Williams. Congratulations. Disciples, we need your spot barrow. Oh, here he comes. Class 1 and Class 2 tan barrows, you can go ahead and head this way.
Interesting pair of spot bears here to study in Class 2, and I think both of them have some places I'd like to change them skeletally. So you call that a wash, start breaking the other things down. The young man's closest to me is going to lead. I think that guy feeds out the backside of his blade with a more aggressive shape and turn. I think he's the wider pin bear that just offers us more dimension all the way through. That's what gets him the nod for me to go ahead and lead. I like this young man's bear from the side. I do think he maybe is a bit taller shouldered and more elevated. I like his look and his balance from that perspective. You get him behind him though. He reads flatter in terms of his body shape and his upper back line. He reads just a shot plainer there in terms of his hip and stifle going away from us. We got to just power that guy up to work him up any higher. Nice class though. Again, my compliments to him.
Your first place in Class 2 of the spot barrows goes to Andrew Seifels, and second place goes to Ethan Schottmeyer. Congratulations, guys. If you are missing a cell phone, there was a cell phone turned in. It was found in the women's restroom. It will be here up at the announcer's stand. You can come and get it. Just a quick reminder, Lisa Lance will still be over in front of the swine barn taking pictures of all auction animals right after the barrow show. Class 1 and 2 Tamworth barrows, you should be up in the holding pen.
A great way to conclude our spot barrow show here in terms of the class portions. And this young lady in the blue drives us a non-negotiable place to start. This is a striking barrow from the profile that's awesome in terms of his skin and hair texture. They got him dialed in from a fit and presentation standpoint. Then when you start breaking down the fundamentals of what you need in a show barrow that can go in, that one's got the right kind of back shape. He's good in terms of his mid-body, and he does it without sacrificing skeletal quality. Good in terms of his shoulder and the bend to his knee up front. I like his hind leg as he goes right away from us just as much. I think a really good place to start. My compliments to her. Really a rugged one here in 2, and boy, that guy's big in terms of his forearm. He's round and big in terms of his rear leg. Though with that, we got to have more of him in terms of center body. He gets a little tighter in terms of his forerib. He's more drawn up there in terms of his flank. Got to just have more of that guy to balance and proportion him a bit better. But a nice class out of my compliments to him.
Your Class 3 winner is Ava Butt, and second place goes to Maisie Scheidler. Congratulations. All Swine Club members, there are ice chests in the front of the swine barn with cold water. Please go and help yourself.
Again, a breed that wasn't certainly deep in numbers, but quality was most certainly represented out here. And I like what these 3 class winners bring to the table out here for their particular size and weight ranges. And I think all of them have some quality about them and some pieces that a guy can tie into. But with that, I think there's one out here that's just overwhelming in terms of look, in terms of presentation, stoutness, bulkiness, muscularity. The heavyweight barrow is going to be your champion. Congratulations to this young lady. We dropped that second place in out of that class, and we talked about how rugged and dense that guy is, and we like those things. Though with that one's got to come to us just better there in terms of his mid-body. I thought there was another one out here that emulates that champion in terms of look, in terms of presence. I think one that just fits together really good from a balance perspective and proportionality, particularly for his size and weight range. I like that young man's lightweight class winner to be reserved. My compliments to him.
Our champion spot barrel goes to Miss Ava Butt, and our reserve champion goes to Blake Williams. Congratulations. guys. Class 1 York Sparrows, you can make your way to the holding pen.
Nice pair of them here to get our Tamworth Bear show started. And I think a pair of them that honestly are on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of type and kind. The one I'm the most drawn to is the young man's there on the far side. I think that's the better skeleton bear. He's sure in terms of his foot placement, and yet still one that offers us a neat look with the right kind of muscularity for his size. Boy, I'm drawn into this young lady's stoutness of this particular bear in terms of just his density there at the ground. That's a stouter skull, bigger jaw bear that's still good and fresh in terms of his back line. He's just not comfortable enough out here. We got to change him in terms of his front foot placement, redesign him there in terms of his hip and hind leg behind. But a nice class of them. Again, my compliments to both of them on a job well done.
All right, our class 1 of Tam Barrows. First place goes to Carson Oliver, and second place goes to Olivia Scheidler. Congratulations.
Really a nice pair of Tamworth Bears and a pair of bears both of these gentlemen should be proud of. I think the decision's close out here because they offer some trade-offs in some areas, though I'm more drawn to the young man's here closest to me. I think that's the neater looking bear. That's just more comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He's more laid in about his shoulder and knee up front. Still good in terms of his body shape and his freshness of back line. He takes a longer, more fluid step there off of his rear tooth. I think that's a really nice place to start. On the standstill, this is an impressive bear because he is the stouter skull, bigger arm one that's denser in terms of his rear leg. He's big in terms of his tail root, rolled up in terms of his back line. You set this guy in motion though, he wants to kind of plan and push there off of those front feet. He gets shorter and quicker in terms of his step behind. If we could change those, certainly I think one could argue maybe swapping that pair. That's the way I see him though, and that's what keeps him there in second. Nice class of him though, again my compliments to him.
Class 2 winners, first place goes to Kel Williams and second place goes to Jack Mitchell. Congratulations, guys.
Nice pair of bears out here for your champion overall Tamworth bear. Again, there's one out here that's just a standout in terms of look and presence, freshness, skin and hair. The Sugar Man's heavyweight bear is going to be champion. Congratulations to him. We dropped that second place bear in, and certainly he doesn't detract from the quality. We'd like to see him move just a fraction better, but that's a stout, rugged one that's opened up. I like him second best. He'll be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Our champion Tan Barrow goes to Kel Williams. He is also our champion homegrown Tan Barrow. And our reserve Tan Barrow goes to Jack Mitchell. Congratulations, guys. All classes of Dwarf Barrows should be up at the holding pen.
Single entry bear here to start off our Yorkshire show, and just a loose built, good skeleton bear, runs uphill, offers a neat look. I think everything fits together really well for this young man's bear in terms of his size and maturity. We'll see how he compares to some of the heavier weight ones later on, but I think just a really good place to start. My compliments to him.
Our Class 1 winner goes to Chase Loudermilk. First call for Class 1 cross barrows.
Interesting class to study here just in terms of the differences that all four of these bears bring to the table. I like this young lady's bear here directly in front of me to go ahead and lead. I think the front two-thirds of this one are the way we need to build Yorkshire bears. He's neat, he's elevated, yet he's still big in terms of his arm and square in terms of his chest and knee. He's good in terms of his back shape and spread, right in terms of his center body. Maybe just redesign him ever so slightly in terms of his range of motion out of his hip, but still a durable build one. I think that needs to go ahead and lead this particular class. Kind of on opposite end of the spectrum here, the young ladies over there on the other side that's going to be in two. This is another one that offers us a neat look from the side, and yet still this bear's angles are so good in terms of his shoulder blade and knee. I like his added length to hip and range of motion from behind, maybe even more than the one that wins this particular class. There's just not as much of him in terms of substance at the ground. He's not just as open there in terms of his body and his back line to go ahead and work his way up. Young man over here is going to be next. Now that's a heavy-duty, rugged one. Tie's just a little different there in terms of his neck there, out of his blade, but when you get him from there back, you like his shape and spread there down the top side of his skeleton. I like the bend and use to his hind leg as well. The young man that closes this particular class, again, a productive bear, just a bit more confident in terms of his look, this later in terms of his shape. Nice class, let him know again my compliments to him.
Our Class 2 winners, first place goes to Sophie Stalka, second place goes to Olivia Tucker, third place goes to Easton Schottmeyer, and fourth place goes to TJ Weaver. Congratulations. Class 2 cross barrows, you can make your way to the holding pen.
Nice pair of heavyweight bears here to wrap up our Yorkshire show. The young man over here wins and does so rather logically for me in this particular class. Boy, that guy's a stouty from every angle. The shape to his forehead, the prominence to his jawline, his forearm, his foot, his dew claw spread there at the surface, and yet then you climb in behind this guy. He opens with a tremendous amount of shape there out of the backside of his shoulder. He's wide in terms of his pin set, big in terms of his tail root. I got to see this bear just pick up another gear and go just a fraction more if I was going to get real critical of him. But that's a durable, tough build one that needs to lead this particular class. Young man again brings us just a youthful looking bear here that's still fresh in terms of his shape and body. He just gets overwhelmed in terms of stoutness and power of that class winner. Nice way to conclude though. Again, my compliments to both of those gentlemen.
Our Class 3 York Barrow winners, first place goes to Jack Mitchell, and second place goes to Braxton Schottmeyer. Now we will be showing for our champion York Barrow.
Yorkshire show's been fun, and I think we got three really good class winners out here. I'm not going to tell you any of the three of them look the same, and that's okay. Good livestock comes in different shapes and sizes. I know it's not the first time you've probably heard that, and I'm a believer in that too. And they're just hard to put together in this particular breed, in my opinion. And I think these three represent a tremendous amount of quality for some of the challenges that we've had to work through here. I think a fun class of them. There's some differences in them. Place your priorities where they lie. I'd like to fix them all in a spot or two. The one I'm just the most comfortable with from a skeletal perspective, and just from one I think that can just outlast out here when we get them into the grand drive and things later. Maybe not the stoutest one, but I love his build. I love where he's at in his maturity size. This young man's lightweight will be your champion. Congratulations to him. Just a single entry there, so that just leaves us with the two remaining here to tie in for reserve overall honors. There's one out here that I think, I just call him special in terms of some of the pieces he brings to the table. I love his stoutness, his skull and forearm and density he has to his rear leg, his body shape. A lot of things fit and match. I just got real critical of his skeleton. The guy wants to tighten up out here. He just reached shorter and rounder in terms of his hip. I got to see him go just a fraction better to go ahead and be champion. But undeniably, he's got the next most farthest reaching pieces. He'll be reserved. Congratulations to him. Good job.
York Barrel goes to Chase Loudermilk, and our reserve champion, York Barrel, goes to Jack Mitchell. Congratulations. Classes 1, 2, and 3 of crossbred barrows should be up to the ring. We will be taking a 15-minute break after the barrow show. Just a quick reminder, anyone that still needs to take pictures for your auction animal, Lisa is over in front of the swine barn taking pictures on the backdrop. She will be there for just a few minutes at the conclusion of the barrow show.
Just another single entry here to start off our crossbred show, but I like this young man's type of livestock. He brings them to us just good build and good skeleton. Their range of motion is very good. They're still neat looking, a type of barrows like this one is that's just right in terms of their balance and proportionality. Really good way to start off our crossbred. My compliments to this young man on a job well done.
Our Class 1 winner goes to Blake Williams. Congratulations. We would like to do a couple of quick recognitions and shout outs for today. Our corporate sponsor for the fair this year is the VFW. Our Monday sponsor is Select Genetics. They are set up over out here in front of the hospitality building. Our live stream sponsor has been sponsored by Clay County Farm Bureau Incorporated. Our senior banner sponsors that are hanging up in all of barns, those were sponsored by Farm Credit Mid-America and Rural First. And then our swine show and the swine barn have been sponsored by Shopmeyer Ag. So we really do appreciate all the sponsors for this year.
there's differences in them. We're going to tell you, I want to tell you, I guess, how I like them and what I see in them. We'll go from there. I start with this blue bear right here. I think he's the most demanding in terms of his chest width coming at you. You step off of that guy. He's the neatest in terms of his look ahead of his blade. I like his added height, the shoulder and elevation there. You get him behind him. He's rolled up in terms of his back line. I like the body shape he has in the center portion of his skeleton. Certainly he's on the edge from behind, and that's what makes the call close. I like his range and his reach from the side. I like to square him just a fraction there and pull his hock inside of him going away from you. But I caught him good enough today there and went ahead and used him. My compliments to her. I thought that was a really nice bear to start. Again, the decision doesn't get any easier from there down in terms of what you want to do in 2 and 3. The one I like next best is the young man's bear. I think you could say that you need to fix both of them. These bears that are going to come in 2 and 3 and the way they want to circle and come to you, you get past that. I thought the young man's was bolder in terms of his hard and forerib. That guy's got an expansive amount of spread down the top side of his skeleton. His most impressive view is when you climb in behind him. He's really wide and square in terms of his pin set and the wrap he has to his stifle. And his hind leg stays in him just a shot better, maybe even than the one that wins, and certainly than the one that's going to be here in 3. I like this bear here a lot, and again, that's a tough bear to put in 3rd. By far and away the best 3rd place bear we've had coming in 3 here. Again, we picked on him in his chest. You could say the same thing about the one that comes in front of him there like we did. I didn't see him just as good on his front feet there either, but again, that's a fresh body one that offers us a neat look. I got the most critical of him in behind him. I thought he wanted to duck the most in terms of his pins. I thought of the top trio, he went the most east and west there behind him. Securing, reaching just a fraction better. We might still be out here studying them. Taking nothing away from the remaining trio bears we have left out here because, again, they just ran into kind of a buzzsaw of a class. The young man over here to my far left is going to be next. I think of the ones we have remaining, he comes to us with the next most comfortable skeleton, the right kind of substance. Not just as stout, not just as powerful, not just as neat as those 3 bears ahead of him. The blue bear that's going to be next, again, another productive bear that's good in terms of his body shape. Got to neaten him up there in terms of his cheek and jawline, stout him at the surface. We close with the young man's bear that is neat looking from the side and stout in terms of his feature. Just closes too much there to the ground, too flat and plain in terms of his center body. Nice class. Again, my compliments to him on a job well done.
Our Class 2 winners, first place goes to Sydney Loudermill. Second place goes to Drew Williams. Third place goes to Ava Butt. Fourth place goes to Ethan Schottmeyer. Fifth place goes to Carly Unger. And sixth place goes to Brantley Knox. Congratulations, guys. Just a reminder, from 4 to 8 tonight, our Clay County Pageant organization, they are doing a pulled pork nacho meal under the hospitality building, so make sure to go check that out. Our Schottmeyer Ag building is open this evening from 4 to 9. There are local vendors set up in there for all of your shopping pleasures. At 4:30, there is a pedal tractor pull. Registration will be, it says to be determined if someone could come and let me know where that is at, but the poll will actually be at 5 o'clock.
You guys can fire back up out here. I think just a great way to close out our Crossbred Barrow show here. I think we've got a non-negotiable place to start. Young man's chromed up here in the center of the ring. Boy, that one's a durable, tough-built one. His skeleton reads right in terms of his ankles. A good kind of body shape, still fresh and good in terms of his back. Big in terms of his pin set for a heavyweight barrow. Does that without sacrificing look. I think this is a nice place to start. Again, my compliments to him. The young man's blue barrow, another high-quality type of a barrow that gives us a good look from the side. I like his levelness, his spine, his looseness, a hip and hind leg. Got to redesign him up front just a little bit. He's a bit straighter in terms of his blade and knee. Wants to plant and push just a fraction more there off of those front feet. Young man brings just a really productive barrow here. Again, one from the side I like. He's big in terms of his arm and his rear foot. He's still good in terms of his body shape. I didn't see him just as sharp up high as that pair of barrows that went directly in front of him. That's a really nice barrow there to be in 3. Now, the young man concludes with one, again, that's productive in terms of his look and kind. Gives up some just in terms of substance and power relative to that trio ahead of him. Nice class, again, awesome way to conclude my compliments to him.
Our Class 3 winners, first place goes to Kel Williams, second place goes to Jack Mitchell, third place goes to Cole Cooperrider, and fourth place goes to Kyan Warner. Congratulations, guys. Now we will be showing for our champion and reserve crossbred barrows.
The Crossbred Barrow Show was really good and a lot of fun to work through, and I think we've got 3 really good barrows represented out here. It comes down between a pair of, and there's no question what pair that is. It's a pair of bigger barrows out here, and I think both of them offer their trade-offs. I think it's a very, very close call out here. There's one out here that I read just a fraction denser in terms of his hind leg. He's still a neat-looking one that for this particular size still stays fresh. The young man lays off of him and lets him just bend and go just a fraction better than when he's trying to spur on him just a little bit harder. I think a lot of things come together. I like this heavyweight barrow here to be champion. Congratulations to him. Well, that second comes in, and certainly that's a quality barrow, no doubt, to come out and fit into the mix and a lineup. But it was splitting hairs between that champion and this blue barrow out here. This blue barrow is wicked good, come out of a tremendously good pass. His hind leg is going to haunt me just a fraction. You stepped in behind him, but that one's killer looking, fresh, very well presented. No doubt he's not getting left out. He'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Our champion crossbred barrow goes to Kel Williams, and our reserve goes to Sydney Loudermilk. Congratulations, guys. That is the conclusion of the barrow show. We will be taking a 15-minute break.
showmanship division, and this group's always got the toughest challenge because they're the first ones in the ring, and in terms of not having the ability to necessarily listen in to what we're going to talk about as we work through some of the other heats. But as we get rolling here, just a public service announcement from me as a showmanship judge. I want to go ahead and just entrust that all of you that are going to participate in showmanship can shut a gate. We can call that a wash and just concentrate on showmanship, in my opinion, in terms of how you want to drive your pigs. So I certainly don't feel obligated that you need to worry about your gate coming out. I like to just sit back and just watch kids showcase their talents. We've got an incredible group of them here that are a ton of fun to work through. We've got some differences in them, but again, I still think a lot of fun, and they're really getting out here and getting after it. I appreciate that. They're dialed in and they're passionate. We've got a couple heats of these, and so we're going to bring some back out of this particular heat. The next heat for your champion overall honors, and we'll just make those announcements here in ring as we work through it. Your first one coming back to work through your finals, young lady here with the red gills, will be making her way back. My compliments to her on a job well done. The young lady over there on the far side with the Berkshire Guild, and the young man here with this other Berkshire way back. We're going to bring that trio over back. I thought they were the best in terms of eye contact, in terms of keeping their pig in the center and out of the mix, showing us just a shot for views. I thought a really good set of them. Some really good kids going back to the bar. Maybe just got to sharpen up in terms of eye contact, keeping them a little closer to the center. Good first class. Again, my compliments to them.
Class 1 Intermediate Showmanship, you can head to the ring.
did second heat here in our junior division. There's a pair of young gentlemen that we're going to bring back. I thought they did just the best job in terms of keeping their pig in the center. I like their flow and their speed as good as any, and yet still balance that with eye contact and intensity. I'm interested to see how they fit in with the ones we kept out of that particular drive. Big man here in the blue, you're going to be making your way back. Congratulations to you. Big man over here with this blue-butted gill will be coming back. My compliments to you. I thought a really good group of them, maybe a handful of them that's got work there a little bit more on the outside edges, or perhaps a partner maybe that just didn't want to dance as well today. So good class of them. Again, show me appreciation if you would as they exit.
Class 2 intermediate showman, you can go ahead and head to the holy pen.
Really good group of juniors out here, and I think these 5 are exceptional, and it's my new differences, frankly, that separate them. I'm just a first impression guy, ones that just hit me in hard coming out of the gate, just in terms of intensity and eye contact, and yet body positioning is so good, shows a tremendous amount of angles relative to her contemporaries out here, and I think just sets herself apart in terms of a flow standpoint, of picking the right holes, being just particular and selective about how she comes in. I thought hit me really hard in her heat. Comes out here and does the same thing. This young lady right here in front of me is your champion. Congratulations to her. A job well done. I thought the discussion gets just a little tighter here in terms of reserve and what you want to do and how you want to tie them together. I thought there was another one out here that's just extremely smooth start to finish. I thought between 2 and 3 showed me just a few more angles there than the third place does. This young man over here with the belted bar is going to be next. I thought just did an incredibly good job showing the angles smooth. Maybe not just as intense in terms of his eye contact. That's where I'd change him. But young man here with the bluegill that's going to be next. I thought his eye contact was as good as any. His profile views were extremely good. I'd like to see him be just a little more selective, giving just a shot more views in terms of chest and going away. The pair up that kind of got out on us there to start with. I think, again, both of those were very good showmen. A gentleman with the Berkshire Guild, I thought, did a really good job in his initial heat. Maybe wanted to lay his free hand on that one just a shot more. The young lady that closes there with the Berkshire Guild, I thought, did a really good job in terms of initial heat. Again, her partner maybe didn't want to dance just as long there at the end, but I thought it was a good top 5 of them. Again, my compliments to all of them as they exit.
Our champion junior showman goes to Olivia Tucker, and our reserve champion junior showman goes to Cole Coopwriter. Congratulations, guys. Going into the ring now is our Class 1 of Intermediate Showmen.
Great way to start out our intermediate division here, and we kind of picked the pace up just a fraction whenever we drifted into this particular division, because we drop out for a really good showman, and sometimes that's just the way it works in showmanship and the way the heats break and the way things fall together. So you just kind of got to judge them and put them together as they come. And this case is no different in my opinion, because I think all four of them are really good. Splitting hairs out here in terms of just personal preference and what you want to bring back. But we're going to bring back a pair of them. I thought that just kept them in the center a fraction more. I thought their views were really good. Maybe just in control, just a shot better out here from a pace and speed standpoint and a flowability perspective. These two gentlemen here will be making their way back for the finals. My compliments to them. Taking nothing away from the two that we're going to sit back. Young ladies Gill here again. I thought your eye contact was good. One that just maybe stop and go just a little bit more. You crossed over on me just once there, so just work your way around the front of her to make sure you're always keeping up between us gentlemen here. Again, one I think that was just a little slower, more lethargic, get in here. Farrell was a little worked up, maybe just didn't come to play along as well today. Good class, great start to our intermediate division. My compliments to them.
Class 1 senior showmanship, you can go ahead and head to the holding pen.
not to sound like a broken record, but another really good heat of them out here that calls for some very close decisions. And this has been a fun group to maybe shuffle up some of the heats and re-rack and work them again. And we could cuss and discuss them all throughout the evenings. I think this intermediate division's been very good, but yet there's still some decisions to make out here. I thought there was a pair of them that just did a good job in terms of start to finish, staying the most consistent, getting the most out of them in terms of a drive perspective. The young lady over there on the far side with the Chester bar will be coming back. You may hear the Yorkshire Gill will be coming back. We're going to exit a pair of young gentlemen that I thought were very, very smooth, very, very dialed in. Maybe just got caught up in the mix just a fraction more. Maybe we're a little bit more stop and go from a flow perspective. But fun group of them. Again, my compliments to them as they exit. I know it's getting more, pigs are getting grumpy, and I know we've still got a few things to do here this evening, but really a fun group of them to study nonetheless, and I think four very good showmen. I would tell you all their styles are just a little different, in my opinion, and I'm okay with that. The one that suits me the best, though, I thought just was really good in terms of his heat. I thought he got the best drive just out of the gate in terms of just coming with that one. I thought control was very good in terms of knowing when to gas on it, when to brake on it. One, that again, here's we've ventured towards the end, maybe not wanting to cooperate quite as well, but still sticking with that same type of mentality of getting this one stuck and getting this one in there. I thought body positioning was really good, and that's what set him apart, I think, from the crowd. Young man there on the far side is going to be your champion. Congratulations to him on a job well done. I thought it was splitting hairs between him and the young lady out here. I thought she did an exceptional job. Her eye contact was maybe as good or better than your champion showman there. So smooth from from start to finish. I thought her speed and pace was very, very consistent. Again, another one that understands body position really well in terms of rolling herself around that pig in the right direction. This buyer wanted to fight her just a bit more coming out of the gate there. Maybe didn't get just as good of an initial drive when we got out here in the finals. And then I would ask you just to stay just a little closer and more in the mix there from time to time than you do. But I thought she did an excellent job. My compliments to you on being reserved. Congratulations. Young man there in the pink that's excellent. I thought did an extremely good job as well. Very intense. I appreciated his passion. At times, though, I thought maybe got into that one just a little bit, detracted from her smoothness. Young man there at the land race, I thought really good in terms of heat. One that's good, again, good in terms of eye contact. Got caught up there just a bit in terms of positioning and the way he wanted to cross over. But again, I thought for a really good showman. My compliments to him on a job well done.
Our champion intermediate showman goes to Chase Loudermilk, and our reserve champion goes to Shay Stalka. Congratulations, guys. Next, we have the first class of our senior showman going into the ring. Class 2 senior showman, you can go ahead and make your way up to the holding pens. We will be getting started with the mini 4-H show. They have asked if all the minis will meet here in the show ring in front of the announcer's booth.
Well, good first wave seniors here. When you get to this particular division, from a judge's perspective, you just have a little bit of a higher bar from an expectation standpoint. And I think there's 3 of them out here that just rise to the occasion for me. Their eye contact is good. They're getting the most out of them. You're nice to see how they stack up here when we work them in the finals. Young lady here will be making her way back. Young lady with the Hereford Power will be coming back. Young lady over here with the Belgian Guild will be coming back. I thought the pair on that exit, again, really good. Didn't have maybe just as good a dancing partners there. I wanted to stay a little bit more along the outside edges, but a good class of them. Again, my congratulations to them as they exit. very good final heat seniors here, and I think there's a pair of them again that have separated themselves from the pack just in terms of smoothness, in terms of having a partner. That's maybe just been a fraction more willing to work with them. I know some of them are starting to wear down on us just a bit here, but this young lady did an awesome job in terms of smoothness. She'll be making her way back. Him in there with the spot. I know he's wearing down on you there, but I thought initially very, very good. You'll be making your way back. Really fun class of them. Again, my compliments to them as they exit.
If we could go ahead and get our champion of champion showman up to the Holden pen.
good way to close out, I guess, the so-called normal portion of showmanship here as we wrap up our senior finals. I thought there was a pair of them out here that were just exceptional and perhaps made it one of the closer calls that we've had to make all day through the show or showmanship of both combined. I thought there was a pair of young ladies that are just very, very good. They're both excellent in terms of eye contact. They both understand body position. They both understand views and the things that it takes to get themselves in the mix. I thought of the pair of them. What separated it for me is I thought one stayed just a shot smoother, start to finish, just in terms of speed and pace. I thought this pair just really never really stopped. Always kind of kept the same speed, the same momentum. Young lady here at your Hereford will be your champion senior. Congratulations to her. Young lady here in the blue will be reserved, and again, I think you did a lot of the same things that we talked about there. The young lady that wins in terms of eye contact, excuse me, in terms of just your ability to get up the road, staying on the right side, showing the right amount of views. Though I thought your bar just maybe was a bit more stop and go. Maybe you had to fight even gas on him just a touch, kind of detracted just a fraction there from your smoothness and able to just keep him driving all the time. Young lady there with the crossbred gill there on the edge. I thought your initial drive in class was good. I thought you come out with just as strong a drive here in heat. That gill just wanted to break down on you. Young lady here again, I thought you were very smooth start to finish. Maybe just didn't get in the mix quite as much. Young man with a spot, again, a partnership that just maybe didn't want to stay in there with you as much today. But I thought a really good way to close out. My compliments to all those seniors on a job well done.
Your champion senior showman goes to Sydney Loudermilk, and your reserve champion goes to Ava Butt. Congratulations, ladies. Next, we are going to be showing for Champion of Champions. And we have 3 showmen showing today. And we are going to have Sophie Stalka, Kel Williams, and then Sydney Loudermilk is going to be coming to show with the group. So good luck, guys. have a pig that we are using for the mini 4-H show, you can go ahead and bring them up to the holding pen.
Well, what an exceptional drive of them out here, and I would tell you, if there was ever a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire lifeline option, I'd be calling it in right now, because I think these three are extremely close. There's a really tight decision out here, and I would tell you, generally, I'm pretty passionate, I'm pretty convicted about my decisions, particularly when judging livestock in terms of what I like. I would tell you, most of the time, it's the same in terms of showmanship, but I wouldn't be mad at you, I guess, if you disagreed with me out here as we select your champion. If you had a fan favorite, certainly I'd listen to that, because I think all of these are very, very good. I think they have their nuances, I think they have their styles, and I think they're all good in terms of their own right. So it just boils down to the fact of which one just hits me the hardest, which one just fits my style and mold in terms of the way I like to see them put together and driven, in terms of angles, in terms of that. It's really close. It's splitting hairs out here. I think there's some very, very close calls. I thought the one that just hit me the hardest, that was the most memorable from a first impression perspective. Very passionate, very convicted, very driven. This young man right here is my favorite. These two young ladies that remain are excellent, and they're not deserving of criticism, so I'm not going to do it. And I know that's kind of a cop-out in terms of hearing what you'd like to see different. I think it was just splitting hairs in terms of the young man just hit me a fraction harder from an initial impression perspective. But these two young ladies are killer. They do an awesome job. They deserve just a big round of applause. Compliment them for me if you would as they exit. My congratulations to them.
Our champion of champions is Mr. Kel Williams. Congratulations, bud. Let's give all three of those showmen a round of applause. They did a great job. If we could have all mini 4-H'ers that are showing in the swine show to come to the arena in front of the announcer's booth. Any of the mentors, please go ahead and have your pig ready in the holding ring. to the goat barn ASAP. Hadley Hartman. Last call, we are missing one swine member that their pig is going in the auction. Lisa is waiting for you to bring your pig up for your picture.
Program, and what an awesome first group of them. I hope you all had some time to get those smartphones and them cameras out and take some pictures and capture these memories, because these are really fun. I've got one at home that's just a little older and maybe past this stage, and two that's working up in it, and it's a lot of fun age for them to get involved. And you know, it's a really good set of showmen out here. My compliments to them. They're far beyond their years in what they're doing, but I'd have to be remiss if I didn't say one of the more impressive and fun parts to stand out here and watch is the mentorship, and you know, that's the true meaning of 4-H, the true meaning of this program, and it's awesome that these older kids are out here giving back to something that's you know, benefited them a lot. And so my compliments to all of them. The coaching's been fun. Hope you captured some memories. Kids are doing a great job. My compliments to you as you exit and work through the next group. out here, and you can tell not only are they passionate about their involvement and just their willingness and oneness to be part of this project, but they're also having fun, and that's what's really good about stepping in and watching this particular age of kids work through them. Again, skill sets are awesome. Mentorship's very, very good out here. I thought just a lot of fun. I hope you get some pictures, make some memories with these that'll last a lifetime. My compliments to them. Give another big round of applause if you would as they exit. Another great group of kids accompanied by an excellent set of mentors out here. I'll tell you just a little different from some of the comments that I made earlier, but still something I want to say about this group of kids. One thing I would say is the futures look bright. I know numbers are down a little this year, but with this amount of kids, certainly I'd say the opportunity to continue to grow this project exists, particularly with the right kind of mentors that we have out here. I think I'm most just impressed with the kids, not only their ability to show, but something I always enjoy talking about. They look like professional young people. They're dressed appropriately. They look like that. They look like, people, again, that are well taught and just well mannered out here. Fun group of them to talk to. That's been something that's been impressive to work with all day here through your particular show. Great group of them. Again, my compliments to them. Show them some appreciation if you would as they exit.
Take that
Just a quick reminder that the dinner is provided tonight by our Clay County Pageant Organization. It will be going on till 8 o'clock. They are doing a pork dinner and also a loaded pork nacho. So go over and check that out.
What a great way to conclude the showmanship division and this portion of the particular show. Fun to get the queen and her court out here and get them involved as well. If there ever was a champion in this particular showmanship lineup, it's this young man over here, because he figured out how to get himself highlighted in the mix with the queen and her court. So my compliments to him on a job well done. He's got it figured out there at a young age on where he needs to be. So really a fun a group of them again here. My compliments to him. It's been a lot of fun to work through. Again, show them how much you appreciate them. If you would, one more time for me as they exit.
All right, guys, it's been a fun day so far. So we will get started with the grand drive at 6 o'clock. we are getting ready to start our guild show here in just a minute. So coming to the stage for our first class, we have our champion, Chase Loudermilk, and our reserve champion, Colton Evinger. For our Chester Guilds, we have our champion, Sydney Loudermilk, and reserve champion, Brenna Stalkup. For our Duroc, we have champion and reserve champion, both showed by Sophie Stalkup. Our Hamp champion is Brady McDonald. Our Hereford champion and reserve champion is Colton Evinger. Our Landrace champion is Drew Seifel. Our Poland champion is Brady McDonald. Our Spot champion is Sydney Loudermilk, and our reserve champion is Elsie Schottmeyer. Our TAM champion is Ava Butt, and reserve champion is Olivia Tucker. Our York class, our champion is Chase Loudermilk, and reserve champion is Colton Evinger. And with our craft crosses, our champion is Sophie Stalkup, and our reserve champion is Chase Loudermilk. Let's go ahead and give all these kids a round of applause. They've done a great job today.
show, and you guys can shut them down for just a second. I know we're bumping up against maybe some thunderstorm warnings, and so still want to do this pretty efficiently. But again, I think there's some things that we need to kind of talk about and say before we select your champion guild and ultimately your champion bear here just a few minutes away. But to start with, I guess I just want to offer my thanks for the opportunity to come here and judge. It's something that I have a true passion for. I love doing it. Our county fair is going on at home, and yet I still just couldn't say no for the time to get away and come here and take this opportunity to work with your young people and evaluate through your set of hogs. So again, it's a true passion for me. I appreciate the invitation, the opportunity to get to come here. We've had a great ring staff out here in the ring, keeping things running smoothly, shuffling them in. Awesome announcers over there, keeping classes called up, and that makes your job easy as a judge when you've got a crew like that to work with. So if you would, for me one time, give them a big round of applause for all their efforts. I know they're all very highly paid to be here, so I know they certainly appreciate your applause nonetheless to be out here as volunteers. It's a lot of fun to have them. It's been an efficient show. I just want to thank my family back home. As I said there, it's our county fair this week. Rolled out of Louisville and was gone for a week. Come down here and judge today, and then our show's tomorrow. Judge again on Wednesday. So I'm sure my wife's not exactly maybe happy with my selection of timing, but I just can't turn a lot of these down when I get the opportunity to come, and so I appreciate them. I know this is not maybe live necessarily, but if you would tell them for me, that would be great, how much I appreciate them staying home and doing all the work so I can go goof around and have a lot of fun doing what I like to do. So those are the thank yous, I guess, that I want to say. I'm sure I've left some out. I'm not always the best at that, but as we fire these guilds back up, I think it's been a really fun set of them to work through. I'll be honest with you, I didn't necessarily have them lined up in my head like I traditionally do when you get through the show, just in terms of the one I thought was going to come out here and win and be in on down the line, so Force Reserve up through 5th. Really, I just was excited to see them all back out here together in terms of how they fit. I think it comes down between a pair of them for me, and it's a pair I had in my mind. I think we get them out here and start breaking them down. When I think about tying into a champion, I think about, one that just does the basics so well from a fundamental perspective of build and balance and squareness, and yet still one I think that ties extras and hard to make paces for that particular breed or whatever it may be. When you get down to studying the pair of them, I think it's a close call. For me, I think there's one out here that's just a notch sharper looking in terms of her head and neck and the way she ties out of her blade. I think she's just a fraction better in terms of her pole and the way she's set up front. I think she's a very, very good one. My favorite's the Berkshire. Congratulations to him on your Grand Champion guild.
Our Grand Champion guild goes to Chase Loudermilk.
We dropped that reserve Burke in, and I thought that was a really good pair. We started the day off very solid there with two of them, I think, that represented a tremendous amount of quality. With that said, though, I thought there was another one out here that pushed that champion awfully, awfully hard. So good in terms of her feet, legs, and squareness. A tough build, durable one. Looks like the right kind of roots out. Maybe not just as sharp up high, not just as good there at the top of her crest and pull up front, but I think she's a hard to make one for this particular breed. The Red Guild's Reserve Grand. Congratulations to her.
Your Reserve Grand Champion guild goes to Sophie Stalka.
That reserve red comes in, and again, that was another really tough breed in division, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say that one was in the mix, because I think she comes out here and gets right in it with her added stoutness and a lot of the pieces that she brings together. But I thought there was another one here just ahead of her. Again, one I think that's just impressive in terms of her body shape. This one's fresh in terms of her back, stout in terms of her skull. Just reads with a generating type of look. Still got a good bend and flex to her hind leg. Like this young lady's cross gilt to be third. Congratulations to her.
Your third overall gilt goes to Sophie Stalkup with her cross. If we could go ahead and be getting the homegrown gilt to the holy pen. Any homegrown gilt that won.
I think the decision just gets fractionally closer here as we work down through fourth and fifth. And I know we've got some that are just breaking down and maybe not wanting to cooperate quite as well out here. So, that's just another wrinkle into the fold from a judge's perspective when you're out here trying to line them up. And the one I'm the most comfortable with, I thought it's just an elite looking one from the side, one that's presence is just so captivating. Maybe not just as stout and wide and burly as some of the other ones. This young man's crossbred gilt over here is going to be next. Congratulations to him.
Our fourth overall gilt is Chase Loudermilk with his cross. Chase also wins champion homegrown with his cross.
Great fifth out spot. Again, I think that's the one that's always the toughest from a judge's perspective because you're still left with an immense amount of quality out here to tie into, and yet there's still only one spot left. I think it gets really close out here between a trio of them in terms of the positives that they have to offer. I think one that's just withstood the duration of the drive, still comfortable out here, still looks like a show gilt. I like the spot to be fifth out. Congratulations, sir.
Our fifth overall gilt winner is Sydney Loudermilk with her spot. She also is our reserve champion homegrown. If we could get all champion and reserve barrows, go ahead and start making your way up to the holy pen. was charging $10. If you did pay, you can go back. He has dropped the price to $5, and he will be here till 10 o'clock tonight. We are getting ready to start our barrow show. So in our vert class, we have our champion shown by TJ Weaver. Our reserve champion is Callie Hogan. Our Chester champion is Sophie Stalka. Our Duroc champion is Chase Loudermill. Reserve champion is Kel Williams. Our Hant champion is Drew Williams. Reserve champion is TJ Weaver. Our Hereford champion is Sydney Loudermill. Our reserve champion is Brantley Knox. Our landrace champion is Drew Williams. Our Poland champion is Brady McDonald. Our spot champion is Ava Butt. Our reserve champion is Blake Williams. Our TAM champion is Kel Williams. Our reserve reserve champion is Jack Mitchell. Our York champion is Chase Loudermill. Reserve champion is Jack Mitchell. Our cross champion is Kel Williams, and our reserve champion is Sydney Loudermill. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids. And if we could, let's go ahead and thank our judge, Joe Gridstein, one last time.
Well, again, you guys can shut them down just fractionally for one more second here before we tie into your top 5 overall paras. You know, it's been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed being out disappoint you in that area. I'm 32 years old. I'm still pretty green. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've got life all figured out or I know what it's all about, certainly because I don't. But I will leave you with four things, I guess, that I would like to phrase up that I've learned along the way. And so the first thing, that being, is just the first thing that I guess I think about that comes to mind is, just the way you guys have to make your own destiny, right? You control that. You control what the outcome of that is. And so my encouragement to you is to dream big, right? And if you don't dream it, it can't happen. So dream it. Think about it. It can come true, tell you. Speaking from experience as a guy that has a true passion for livestock shows and judging, I never thought I'd have the opportunity to travel to Texas and step in the big ring at one of the Super Bowl home shows and have an opportunity to judge. But I kept my nose down. I had a lot of people that believed in me and pushed me to do that. And so that was a dream of mine, and I'm just evidence if I can do it, you can do it. The second message I leave you with is your reputation is yours, and second chances are hard to come by. Control it, embrace it, harness it. It's the only one you get, and that's very important in life, is what your reputation is. And so I'll just encourage you again to keep that at the focus, keep that at the forefront. Don't sacrifice who you are, who you want to be for anybody. Keep who you want to be at the center of what you're doing, because that's an important piece of life. And if you mess that up, it's hard to go back on it. So just keep that in mind as well. The third thing, and I think it's big, is have compassion and grace. You never really know what people are dealing with. We all have different problems. We all have different issues, whatever it may be. Somebody's struggling. Just give them some grace. I never heard anybody say, man, I just don't like them because they're too good of a person. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind. We still need good people in this world. This industry is a true reflection of that. Everybody in this ring and the outside of this ring is a true reflection of that. I think that's powerful. I think other people deserve it. I think it's something we all have to consider. The final message I'll leave you with is keep your faith at the forefront. This thing's small, this thing's earthly, this thing's worldly. We love it. We all have passion for it. I'm as guilty as anybody of getting bought in. My encouragement, my piece of advice is channel that same passion, channel that same energy that you have here in this ring or whatever other ring it may be, or if it's a sporting event, channel that, put that kind of energy, put that kind of passion into your faith, because that's where the rubber meets the road in terms of the afterlife that we have here. And so believe in that, be passionate about it, get in front of people that can help you pursue that, because there's nothing more important in this world than that. So those are four short things I've learned. It's been a lot of fun. I appreciate you having me. I think just a tremendous set of barrows out here as we fire these back up. It comes down between a pair of them. Of the pair, I think there's one that's primed and rocking and ready to roll. I like his weight. I like his size. I like the way he fits in terms of a champion barrow. He's a neat looking one that's big and stout in terms of his arm. He's robust in terms of his mid-body. His skeleton sits right. He looks like a champion barrow to me. This cross pressure grand congratulations.
Your champion barrow goes to Kel Williams with his cross.
We dropped that reserve cross in to tie in for honors here, and he's what we'll talk about just a little later on down the line. But I thought there was another one out here that pushed that champion awfully hard. He's not necessarily the same size, but I think he still does the far-reaching things that that champion did in terms of stoutness of skull, the roundness and bigness of his forearm. He's so fresh in terms of his center body and the muscularity he has. That guy's big and wide in terms of his pin set. I think he came out of one of the tougher divisions we saw all day. This young man's Durox Reserve Grand. Congratulations to him.
Your Reserve Grand Champion barrow goes to Chase Loudermilk with his Durox.
another one out here for third overall that I think is just special for this particular breed. He's one I think that's just built incredibly well in terms of squareness and genuineness at the surface. When you get up on top of him, this guy's impressive as any in terms of the spread and shape he has to his upper back. Big and wide in terms of his pin set. I will say he's overwhelming in terms of stoutness. This Hereford bear is dang good. He'll be third out. Congratulations, sir.
That is Sydney Loudermill coming in third with her Hereford barrow.
For fourth overall honors, there's a bear out here that I think is going to be awful fun to stand behind in the backdrop. You talk about one that's so elegant and striking and expensive looking from the side, to stout one for this particular color, fresh in terms of his back. You know, I picked on his hind leg just a bit there in the crossbred, but I think he's the next best one. This reserve cross is going to be next out. Congratulations here.
Your fourth place barrow goes to Sydney Loudermill with her cross.
Well, no more reserves dropping in, so we're left with what's out here, and certainly that's not meant to be a discredit because I think we've still got some really good breed hogs out here that work their way through some tough divisions, and I still think there's some close calls out here to be made in terms of what you want to do. I thought there was a breed of them, though, that was extra special. This one's not maybe as stout and rugged as some, but I love his build. I love his presence from the side. I like this red bear to be fifth out. Congratulations.
Your fifth place Duroc winner, or your fifth place overall goes to Kel Williams with his Duroc. Next, we are going to show for our grand champion and reserve grand champion of the homegrown barrows. All right, we have three coming up. So we have Callie Hogan with her Burke, Brady McDonald with her Poland, and Kel William with his Tam.
Well, just three home-raised bears to work through here, and I think it's a really nice trio of my compliments to these kids for sticking with this project, one that I know started many, many months ago, and sticking it out. I think that's saying something. I think we need more kids involved in ag and doing their own thing, and so my compliments to them for putting in the work to do this and getting these three bears out here. I think there's one out here that's a special kind for his particular breed. Neat looking, good built for speed, good in terms of his skeleton, and still does it with packing plenty of punch. I like the Tamworth bear to be your champion homegrown. Congratulations here. Just two of them remain out here, and I still think, again, a pair of bears that offer us a tremendous amount of quality. Both of them, I think, have just some subtle differences. The one that suits me the next best, I think, just in terms of genuineness and build at the ground, still being a stout skull when they can get out and move. I like this pole to be reserved. Congratulations to this young lady.
Your champion homegrown barrow goes to Kel Williams with his Tam, and reserve champion goes to Brady McDonald with her Poland. That is the conclusion of our swine show. coming out.